Welcome. It's Friday. We have another stream, and despite what I said last time, it's Switchwire time. I'm kind of sorry, um, but I finally figured out what's wrong, and now I don't have the old hotend here. But yeah, so basically the hotend is broken, and it caused all the print issues we were experiencing. Let me quickly grab it actually, just to show you. Right back, sorry. Okay, let me just show you what's up here. So basically, this is the old hotend. So it's the MicroSiwss hotend, and I don't know exactly what is wrong, but with this hotend, we have tons of stringing issues, and so it's one thing, and the other thing is when you print, you constantly hear like popping sounds. So basically, if the filament is wet and you print, right, you have these like popping sounds all the time, like when like hot air escapes basically the nozzle. And I always thought all my filament is wet, and I was really going crazy over like wet filament. Because constantly I had popping sounds when printing. I was like drying the filament, I was printing from the dryer. I stored all my filament, like I still store all my filament in vacuum bags, like even PLA and ABS, everything goes in filament bags. In vacuum bags, and I couldn't get the filament dry. And I never made this mental jump of all filament on this printer is wet, but all filament on the V0 is dry. And basically what happened was I was like, after last week's stream, I tried to make a test print on this machine here, and the filament was wet. I was like, oh shit, not again. I popped it in the dryer, and I just took the ABS filament that I print on the V0 the day before without any issues, put it on this machine. Like, it's open air, I just want to do some tests, so I didn't really care. And all of a sudden, the filament that was fine the day before had popping sounds on this printer. And I was like, this can't be, right? So I put the same filament back in the V0, no popping sounds. And that was like kind of like when I put one and one together. So I think the issue has to do, you see like this like brown goo around here where like the heat break meets the block. And I think this is the problem. Like there's some leakage here. And this most likely pulls in air, which then causes this popping sounds and all the stringing issues and everything. I'm kind of done, to be honest, with like trying to fix that. Like at the moment, there are two issues with this. So firstly, obviously the leakage is not good, right? Like that kind of destroys everything. The other thing is the heat break doesn't come off. So basically this kind of fused those two parts together. Of course I can put it in the oven and like melt the filament and take it apart and stuff. Yeah. The other problem is one of those screws here that hold in the heater cartridge are stripped out. So at the moment I can't get the heater cartridge out. And these are all problems that can be solved, but it's also like now like a 4-year-old thing, and I'm kind of like, I don't want to spend too much time on this. Potentially I will refurbish that for the other printer, because the other printer uses like a Creality mount hotend. But for now, like, this is not worth my time, I feel like, and I just don't want to deal with it. So I did the only obvious thing. We talked about that I wanted to put a Revo in here anyways, so I got the Revo. This was a special offer I saw, which is the 60 watt heater core, so it's a stronger heater core, and the high flow 0.6 nozzle. And they came together as a bundle for like 100 euros, which is definitely not cheap. Like with the heatsink, it was like 100 euro the entire package, which is definitely not cheap, but I think this will be like a very, very nice fit for this machine, because we talked about the 60 watt heater maybe being able to battle the fan. I generally hope that the fan will be better now, because the position of the nozzle is better, so that the vents are not directly hitting the block here, but like they're pointed to the nozzle properly. With the other one, we had the problem that the block was so large that the fan vents basically, like the airflow of the fan hit the block directly. And when we turned on the new high high air volume fan, missing words, basically immediately the temperature dropped by like 10-15 degrees, and the hotend wasn't able to keep the temperature while printing, was quite crazy. But yeah, hopefully the 60-watt heater fixes that. And then also because we can print quite quickly on this machine now, I actually think the 0.6 millimeter high flow nozzle makes a lot of sense on this machine, because this is mainly like where we'll print larger things. I mean, like large in relation to the print pad. But I think I will mainly print 0.6 millimeter here. And then with the higher print speed, or like the motion speed we can achieve, I think the high flow makes tons of sense on this machine. So this was just a perfect fit. It was an offer, and I was like, okay, go for it. So today we installed it. Then we will check that the issues are gone. That's like my main thing, right? I want this machine to print. And then the other thing that we kind of didn't get to last time because everything else took so long, we still need to build the belt tension meter, and I want to like just check the belt tension. That's all fine. And then I think this machine finally is ready and done for now, of course. Yeah, that's kind of like the story. So I'm really excited to get this up and running. Oh, by the way, what it did, I mean, you'll see it in a second. But at the moment, I put a new hotend in here, which is a super cheap Ender 3 clone hotend that I just had flying around. And basically, after I discovered the issues with the other one, and I had suspicion it's really the hotend, I just swapped this like super cheap random hotend in there, and the printer printed fine. So it's really, I know that this is the issue, but now we need to put a nice hotend in here. So I would say let's go. I don't think there's much else to say, or you're talking way too long. So let's get started. I think actually we can maybe just first build this block and then do all the other things. Let me just make a bit of space here. And I think, yeah, step one would be just like we put in all the heatsink inserts. Let me actually, let's take it first apart, and then we can just, let's just use fresh ones. No need to transfer the heatset inserts. Also quickly reorganize my desk a little because I feel like it's a little bit cramped right now. Move this over here, and we work here. Much better. So, sure we have our soldering iron here. Perfect. So, I'm not gonna open the manual. I think we can figure it out on the fly. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 heat sets here, and this will already be all the heat sets. I think it's only the 4, because then we just need the 4 screws from the top to hold the heatsink, and then this is already assembled. Like there's not much to it. Oh yeah. And then what I always do is I'll shrink this. Oh. Something is burning. Oh, wait. Very healthy. Let's maybe not heat ABS to 400 degrees. Yeah, let's quickly let that cool down. Okay. So we need 4 of these. And then we also need, I think it's M3x8 or M3x12. I think 12. It might be even 16? No. Oh, it might be even 8. Yeah, 8 look good. It's 8. And we also need 4 of these. Oh, it's actually 12. Yeah, there was a misplaced 12. I only have 8s. Okay, that's weird. Let's quickly go to the big stash. Okay, maybe we need the manual. Let's go check the manual. What was in there? I think it's 8. Hi, everyone. Let me quickly download that. Let's see where that's the front part. Do they have the? I'm just not sure if which part they have. Tool cartridge, they call it. Tool cartridge. Yes, I have the Revo in here. So it's 16s from the front and 8s from top. Okay. Then 8s are fine. So what we have is fine. Okay. This is cooled down to a chill 260 degrees. So let's get going. I will never need those two. But let's put them in just to be complete. These are to hold the accelerometer if you have like external one. But for us, it's in the tool head, so we don't need those, really. Okay. We also need to check this, but I'm 100% certain we need to extend the cable here. I wonder whether we should do this already now or whether we first check how much we need to extend it and then do it. But that we have to extend it is out of the question. Actually, first mount this on this side, so we can like put the cables here already properly in place. 1, 2. Yep. And never get the size right. Still smells like burnt ABS here. It's a bit like awkward here because like you have to move the cables around this like one edge down here. It's like kind of like really like pushing it in the corner. But like this, it fits. But yeah, the cables are way too short. Let's quickly put it together, and then let's just see. Let's put the other one off. Let's put this one in, then we can like roughly see how much we need to extend the cables. But we definitely have to splice those cables. And let's put the 16 from the back. Perfect. Very easy to put together. Yeah. This one, oh, this one needs to have a different connector anyways. But even the length might just be enough. But I think it's also safer to like extend this cable as well. This one for sure, because it needs to do the entire loop here. Like the connector actually is the right one. So I think what we will do is let's quickly like do a test fit. But I think I will just use the cable we have on the other one, cut this off, and just solder the other cable on there. I think that's the easiest. But besides this, like it looks really nice. Then let's take this bad boy apart. And this starts to become like a really nice printer actually. It was not quite the idea I had when I initially started this project, to like more or less recycle my old Ender. But yeah. Oh, by the way, it's like kind of like a fun detail. I first thought like my first layer was screwed up. But like there's nothing here in the middle. But for the Revo one, you have the Simon Mortimer face head thingy, which I found quite funny. It's very nice detail. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So looking at this, so I mean, this cable will be the white cable. So I think we just extended the exact same in the exact same fashion what we have here. So I think I will just snip the white cable. Let's actually just do that right now. So we just snip the white cable roughly on the same spot as the red one. So something like this. It's a tad longer. Yeah, just like this. Would have been so nice if we can just just plug it in. But yeah, and then the white cable. Let's see. So technically we can. It might be long enough. It might be long enough. It's just like long enough, I think. So technically this needs to be like just on this height, how I have it bent here. We will lose like a tiny bit of length when we crimp the connector, but I think it will be fine. let's just make sure that we like really use every millimeter of the blue cable, but then let's just try to crimp it directly. If we don't have the soldered cable, not sad. Not loosen it. Seemingly not. Okay. But it's also nice if this is a little bit longer, like we have it here, because now you can service this directly. You don't have to unplug this. So you can just take it out. And if there's a clock or something, you can a little bit work on this and you have a little bit of movement. I think that's nicer because like plugging this in and out is a bit of a pain for me. Because the printed part here is not the custom one for the board. There's a modified part here that matches the toolhead board. There's a bit of a cutout here, I think, to like access this plug easily. For me, I always have to loosen the board and like navigate around this beam here, which is a bit of a pain. So if I don't have to unplug this like as often, I think that's a good deal. So potentially, what means potentially, let's just extend both cables and actually just reuse those two cables. And then basically the blue cable we would cut, yeah, right above. So I really just keep the cables we have. Yep, just like this. Feels so bad to like cut the cables off on this brand new hotend. Here we go. Okay. Move the printer to the side and then we can do our cable magic. So old and new. And yeah, this is like this like cheap Reality clone hotend I mentioned. Printed a bit with it, like not a lot, but this worked way better. Looking at this, I might also be inclined on keeping this just intact, but I also don't have really a use for that, so let's just steal the cables from here. Yeah, let's just keep this together. And then seal the cables like this. Okay, so we can cut this off. And then we solder some cables. Let's maybe just really also get rid of the heat shrink. Then it's like a tad shorter, but it's okay, I guess. Here you go. Oh, I don't have solder tin. That was something I should have brought here. Let's quickly... Oh wait, that's the wrong hotend. We don't want to add the old one again. I really don't like these cables with the fabric sleeves. It's such a mess every time. Because like maybe it's just something I don't know, but like you never cut them like nice, and then you always have these like fluff things around. Okay, let me quickly get soldered him, And then we also have to open this again to get to the blue cables. Oh yeah, and then it's also like quickly heat shrink this serial number label here. Okay, then we quickly get soldered in. I'm back in 5 seconds. So, let's quickly do the heat shrink. And maybe we can also use the hot air gun to like melt the strings on the end of these cables a bit. Okay. Makes the heat shrink with the serial number way easier to handle. I doubt that they will melt. Let's give it a quick try, but I doubt those like ends will. Yeah. Most likely some super high temperature resistant stuff. Which makes sense, it's around the hot end. Yeah, I really don't like those seats. Maybe there's a trick to that. I'm not aware of that. Let's try to cut this off a bit. Okay, yeah. Should be clean enough. Let's just thin the ends. And then we can solder those together. Before I do anything, let's add some heat shrink to the wires, because I'm the first person to forget to add the heat shrink. It's a bit too tight. I don't think classic move for me to forget these. And then I solder everything together, and then I notice I don't have the heat shrink on there, and then I have to redo everything. So let's just get this out of the way. If we get this on there. Maybe I also have to use the bigger one here, but on the other side it went on fine. Nope, this one is not having it. Let's see. Let's also use the bigger one then. This should go on no problem, exactly. Okay, perfect. Then we have all the heat shrink. Let's quickly change the tip of the soldering iron. Oh yeah, I also got like shiny new tips for my soldering iron. Let's see how good they are. Hey Steve! So, just in time for some solder action. And this time, let's put it to the correct temperature. Get both, all four wires in here, and we can do all in one go. Boom. Let's also get our filter. Now I finally have like a filter for soldering. I should also use it. Okay, should be good. The other two. Okay, that's this side. I mean, the positive is now that we have to extend the cables, we don't have to solder, we don't have to like crimp the connectors. So I take this as a win. Okay, let's put one and one together. Yeah, getting close up. Okay. Let me quickly see. It doesn't quite work as I wanted to. Let's try again. Yeah, now we have a good connection. to the other side. Try to put them together properly already. To be honest, I wish they would have just come like not pre-crimped, but like just like with a longer cable, and then you can just crimp the connector on it that you need, because like everyone will need like a different connector anyway. So I don't really see the point of like delivering the hotend with like a very short pre-crimped cable. Let's do a quick check of those, because there will be like a bit of power going through. So let's redo this one. I don't like how this looks. This one is not good. Okay, now the cables are closer together. It's a good connection, and then once the heat shrink is over, it will look nice. Okay, so the other two, they're a little bit easier, I think, because they're like thinner. Make sure the other cables are out of the way, and none of those have like any polarity, by the way. Because like one is the heater, which is just, yeah, it doesn't have any polarity, nor does the temperature sensor. So it doesn't matter which cable is which, they just come together. You know, really, the sleeve here really comes apart on this one. Not a fan of this, but yeah, I cut the heat shrink a little bit longer already, so we can cover up the damaged part. Okay. Perfect. Okay, drop some so they're like positioned well. So nice to have a heat gun. Like it's like one of those things I should have like bought millennia ago. Like those heat shrinks like come together so much nicer with it compared to like using like lighter or something. Cool. Now we have our pointlessly extended cables. I really have to add something, like so. There's the on-off switch here, and every time I want to switch it off, I put my finger in the blades. Like I really need to like add some cover here. I mean, it doesn't hurt. It's just a PC fan, but still. We don't need third hands anymore. We don't need the heat gun anymore for now. We don't need wick anymore. We don't need wire strippers. We don't need this. We do need those two. Let's collect the trash a bit. Oh, I don't have my little trash bin. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have a use for them. I really need to order like microfit stuff because I always only have the ones that like come in packages. Like if I buy something that needs them, like usually like a few come with it, right? But I really prefer to just have some spare. This. Mm-hmm. Oh, the screw doesn't grab anymore. Let me quickly check what happened. Why doesn't that? Now, to be honest, I think we need longer screws for here. Those are only 12, maybe. Yeah, I think these are too short. That's 12, we need 16. We need these, 16. Make sure it's all where all the cables are supposed to be. Yeah, much better. 16. But this one doesn't go in nicely. Okay, first this one, then the other one. Understood. Then this is a completed assembly, I would say, with two nice cables. Yeah, but you know, like if they wouldn't have like come with like this short cable, just like have it like 15 centimeters long, and then just like deliver like a set of like typical that doesn't cost anything, right? Like if you could like give like a handful of JST, PH, JST, XT. And a couple of microfit connectors with it, right? Like it doesn't add like anything to the cost of the entire hotend. Like how much does such a connector cost? Like maybe a third of a cent, like the pins and a plastic housing. Like just give like a couple of them in a box. It's like quite expensive hotend. Like it can't be that it's like impossible to add. Just like leave the cable like long and just add them in there. And then anyone can just crimp them to what they need. And if you can even like crimp the microfit connectors to the end, like just leave them long and at the end. So even if somebody doesn't have the tools or ability to or skill to crimp that, they can still use it, just make a loop or whatever. But I think most people, I mean now like most people need to solder, right? Like that's the thing. Like now you force people to solder and to crimp because you have to extend the cable and then crimp the connector on it that you need. Yeah, I don't know. Bit of a rant. Would have been nice if we just had like a nice unsoldered wire here. So then we need a bone tube here as well. Yeah, we can use. Yeah, let's use this one. So this one is kind of like a cheaper bone tube. Do we need a bone tube there? Yeah, we need. Okay, let me just make sure this kind of like all the way in. And this is like obviously way too long. So let me just cut this. Does the manual give a length for that? PDF tube should send out 11 millimeters according to the manual. Okay. Let's do like a very, very rough. Very rough cut. We kind of have to trim it down to the exact. Luckily, this doesn't have to be like super straight. Oh. 1 second, my camera died. Battery exhausted. Yeah, it's not charging. Why is it not charging? We had this before. Oh no. That's a bad timing. Let me quickly check the connector. 1 second. Okay, it was not plugged in. So the camera wasn't plugged in, which explains why the battery is exhausted. Bad news is we have to quickly like wait for it to charge up a bit. Awkward. So I guess you will have to live with this beautiful camera view for a second. But I guess, yeah, there's not too much to do. Or not much I can do, let's put it like this. We just have to wait for a second. So I'm just like cutting this down to the 11 millimeters. Step by step. Let me actually, I just loosen the screws a bit here. That's like easier to slide it in and out. You can also make sure it's like all the way on the bottom. Oh, which it was not. Oh, I think I used the wrong end as well. Yeah, I used the shorter one of the 2 halves I cut. Okay, let's see. So this is a little bit too long, so let's just cut off like 1 millimeter. Trying to cut it straight, but it's not really required to be super straight. Like if you have the like a tool head where, or like a hot end where the bone tube goes all the way to the hot end, like to the nozzle basically, needs to be always like super straight. But for all metal hot end, like the Revo, it doesn't really matter if it's like hyper straight, because like it's not essential for like a hot end functioning. It's just like to transport the filament smoothly to and from the heatsink. So there shouldn't be like a big gap that like the filament can catch. Oh, actually, let's do the following. Let's give the camera like another 5 minutes to charge. Hi darling. My camera's battery is empty. It wasn't plugged in, so we have to quickly live with this very suboptimal camera angle. So I'm just using this like I don't know how to call this tool. it's technically meant for like sinking the screw heads into wood, but it also works quite fine to like remove the edges from the PTV tubes. Just makes it a bit easier for the filament to slide in. Do it like this. And prevents it from like catching on the edge. So you're just chamfering it a bit. I should try to hold it with a plier. PTFE is not a fun material to work with. I feel like there's something in there blocking it. Like I can't really look through. Let me see. This fits? No. I think I have like a super thin. Yeah, there's something in there. Oh, there was a bit of filament in there. Tiny bit of filament. Now I can look through. Perfect. Okay. Good that we found that. And perfectly 11 millimeters. So, put it together and then let's give the camera a shot. Like I didn't, the camera battery was already quite empty because I was out taking photos on the weekend. So I think the battery was already at like at 30%. And now not plugging it in did not help. But actually, like just before the stream, I was thinking like I should really buy one of those dummy batteries, where basically like you replace the battery in the camera with like a dummy that just directly plugs into power. That would solve a lot of problems I have here with the stream setup. Where did I put my little trash? Okay. Anyway, would solve a lot of problems because also like it charges via this camera charges via USB-C, and you can't really extend USB-C cables, and the USB-C cables I have are ever so slightly too short. So I think that would be my next invest. Let's see. I mean, it says out of battery, charging. Could work, could not work. Let's see how long. Potentially, we're running out of battery again in a couple of minutes. Hope not. But for now, we can install the hotend. I feel like it's a bit too long. Like it doesn't quite. I think usually I always had it that like the sides here touch, and now I can't move it up far enough. Oops. So I wonder whether we should cut the PTV tube a bit shorter. Because it's quite a big one. But also it's 11 millimeters, I think. Oh, it's 12. Okay. Not quite sure how I mismeasured that before. But then let's shorten it a tiny bit. Now it's all the way in. Okay. Let's do it properly. Let's make it a tad shorter. Only downside is now we have to also do this again. Actually, also do this side a bit more. Let's measure again. Now it's only 9 millimeters. But it did not cut off this much. Maybe it wasn't. I mean, now it's too short. I think it wasn't all the way down. That was the problem just now. Aye. When I pushed it in, it was all the way down. Ah. Okay. Okay. Well, let me quickly get a fresh PTV tube. Let's try this again. It's like, for some reason, like, it's really hard to move it all the way down. So we need to be really careful. It's all the way down before cutting. Okay. 1 second. Let me get a fresh piece. I have enough for a couple more attempts. Just use the one we cut too short as a rough guidance how long we need to cut it. Okay, another attempt. Sure, this is all the way down. Let's put this to 11. Okay, now we can just do it like this, and we don't have to fill it in and out all the time. Tiny bit more. And let's also actually cut not on the print part. Still tiny bit more. It's also like not straight. Yeah, I think this is okay. Now it's because I put it like tiny bit over 11, so now it's just 11. Okay, then let's do this part again. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that should be fine. I mean, I think if you have like a tool changer, this needs to be like super spot on, because this can be like a common cause for material change problems. So if you like unload and load during the print, it really needs to be perfect for the material change to be reliable. But here it's, I think, not super important. Let's see, this is just touching. Okay, well, that was the battery again. Oh, it is, the charging light is on. Okay. I will buy a dummy battery. Then this will not happen again. Sorry, guys. Let me just plug it in. And the other one. Okay. Well, it fits. Let me also maybe turn off the thing that focuses on me. Yeah, now at least like you see a little bit of the things around. Okay. Let me just close this up again. And I think like the raw installation part is over anyway, so we can just kind of like start to do like some test prints and tuning. I think the first thing we should do is a pit tune. Also already plug this in. And front. Always, I'm very cautious that this is aligned properly. Screw 1. Screw 2. And 2 more. Hi there, Studio Thomas. Enderwire is doing good, I think. My camera is not doing too well. The battery is empty. That's why you have to live with this like front view for now. Yeah, well, we just installed the new hotend. So now we can start printing some stuff. So basically I had always like a bit of print issues with that, and I figured out it was the old hotend that caused the problems. So hopefully now all the problems are gone. Well, let's give it a shot. It does turn on, which, I mean, I did not expect anything else after switching hotends. Not a very high stakes operation. So, and another thing I forgot is filament, right? It would make sense to prepare some filament when you want to do some test prints. So let me quickly grab some filament. Actually, we don't need to do filament. Let's do the pit tune first, because pit tune we can always start. And then while the pit tune is pit tuning, I can check some filament. Here we go. Let's see if this comes online. So, yeah, I think like last time we had the problem that the hot end couldn't keep the temperature with the fan we installed. So we actually limited the fan. Wait. Where devices, I think. Fan. Yes. So we set the max power, exactly, we set the max power to 0.5. And so the following, like, I think still, let's remove this for now. So that the fan can basically go to 100%, which is quite insane and quite loud. So we will have some problem with the microphone, I guess. So I would now set the fan to, let's say, like 66% of the full power. And then we can run the pit tune on the hot end. So basically, that allows us to have, like, the fan is baked into the pit tuning a bit. So basically, the printer expects the fan to reduce the hot end temperature a bit. Maybe 50% is even fine, because technically, when you heat up the hot end, the fan most likely will be off anyways. But still, I think it's good to just have a little bit of fan in there, just because this fan is so powerful. So let's just put this to, yeah, let's do 50%, and let's run a pit tune with that. So let's see what the noise cancellation suppression does with the fan. Oh, now it's 50. Oh, we didn't restart yet. Now it's 25%. Because like we have to, like, this is 50% at the moment because the max power was at 0.5. So let's do a quick further restart. I had problem with my printer, it just stopped extruding. I cleaned hot end many times and the problem was tension with extruder gears. I felt so much oh yeah, that is most likely tricky to diagnose. But yeah, it's a backlash. Like not to if you have it too tight, like the gears will wear out. So you want to have the little tiny bit of wiggle between the extruder gears. If it's too loose, it doesn't work well. If it's too tight, it will wear out quite quickly. So a little bit of wiggle is what you need. But yeah, like for me also, like this hot end was the cause of all my issues. And you see, like, I mean, you can't really see it at the moment, but like it's leaking around the base a bit. And this caused me problems for like a really long time, and I just could not figure it out. I also felt really lump when I finally figured out what's wrong. Okay, so that's now 50% on the fan. I think we still have pit calibrate, heater, extruder, target 215. Perfect. Let's just run this. This should now heat up to 215 degrees and do some cycles. And then, well, this is running now because like watching pit tuning is like as interesting as watching paint dry on the wall. I will just grab some filament and then we can do some testing and see what it's doing. So what I expect basically from this now is we don't have any stringing issues anymore. So I would like start with some retraction calibration testing and just see that we get like a nice retraction tower with like out any extensive stringing. Because this was also like what I did when I swapped the broken hot end for this like super cheap Ender hot end that I had laying around. The retraction was, I wouldn't say perfect, but the retraction issues was gone. So yeah, let's see. That would be my expectation. Let me grab filament. I'm right back. So, maybe not best camera. Let's just use the same green filament. I think we also tried last time. Yes. So because so the problem with this printer was before that whenever I printed, I had those popping sounds. I explained in the beginning of the stream, but I think nobody was there yet. So I always had those popping sounds, and I always thought my filament was wet. So I was really going crazy over why my filament is constantly wet. And yeah, so now basically the story was that oh, the pit tune's already done. Amazing. So the story was basically that after last week's stream, I wanted to do a quick test print on the machine. And I put in this roll of filament, I think, and I had popping sound. So I was like, oh no, it's wet again. Why is it constantly wet? So I put this roll in the dryer, and I got a roll of ABS from the V0 that was printing fine the day before. And I was printing here again, and the ABS suddenly started to have popping sounds while printing. And I was like, it can't be, right? Because the day before it printed perfectly fine, and now I put it here on the printer and suddenly it's wet. Doesn't quite compute. So I took the ABS back to the V0 and printed it on the V0 and no popping sounds. So I was really, really confused. But yeah, so that means that this printer has popping sounds, while the V0 does not have popping sounds with the same filament. So it can't be that the filament is wet. It must be something else. And yeah, I was looking at the hot end and saw that it was leaking a bit. Oh. See? Oh yeah, now it goes on. Cool. I thought it was leaking a bit. I couldn't quite understand. I'm still not understanding what exactly the issue is here. But my assumption is that it pulls in air where it's leaking, and then basically the air comes out the nozzle again. That caused those popping sounds, and that caused also the stringing I saw and the other issues I had with the printing. So yeah, then I swapped in the Ender hot end, and all the problems were gone. So it's definitely the hot end. Let's see. So what do we want to print? Firstly, yeah, so I already have it on 0.6 profile. I don't think we need to change the profile at all at the moment. Let's just keep that as is. We need to select the correct filament. That is extremely helpful. And then let's just let's just start with the retraction test. Just something super simple. Something like this. Calibrate that. Should be pretty much okay. I mean, we need to see, but we can do it with this. But I think you actually have a good point. We should. I think we have an issue. I kind of forgot about. Let's quickly home it and let's quickly home the machine first. I think the BLTouch is too far down. Okay, let's see what the camera is doing. What is the camera doing? Camera says 1 bar of battery. Okay, I'll take it. My problem can wet filament make and how to fix it? Well, wet filament typically will cause just bad prints. So typically, like you can detect wet filament, like if you print and like you hear like popping sounds from your hotend, then basically it would mean there's like water in the filament, and when the filament is heated and melted, like basically the water vaporizes and it causes those popping sounds. And basically you can see it from the hotend. If the filament is wet and you just extrude filament, the extruded filament will have like a puffy texture. Not quite sure how to describe it. Not sure if there are like images, but yeah, something like this. So it just looks like puffed up, basically, like it's a very rough surface. This is like super common issues. I didn't have this as much, more than like I had those popping sounds that I associated with wet filament. Yeah, so this is basically like what you will get with wet filament. And this just comes from the water basically taking like space in a nozzle basically. And then the water just evaporates and it's gone. So you have those like gaps, more or less. It's a very oversimplified explanation I have for myself. But yeah, so it just like gives really bad prints. For filaments like patchy. So patchy is really easy to get wet. So if you have patchy just sitting here on the table for like a couple of days, most likely it will be wet already. And for patchy, like the first symptom I always see is that it starts stringing really bad. So you have lots of stringing. So even before it comes to this extreme, like it will just have like stringing. And then how to fix it? You can just have like a filament dryer. Which I think is really good. Like if you want to print patchy or TPU or nylon or something like that, it's a must. They're not super expensive. Basically all it does is just heats up the filament, and then like as the filament gets heated up to like 50-60 degrees, it just releases the water again. Yeah, the other options, you can also technically put it in your oven in the kitchen. But if you put it in the oven, they're most often not really like they have very large temperature error on the low range, right? Like usually like your kitchen oven, you use it like 200 degrees, you don't use it 50. So often what happens if you heat it to 50, they overshoot quite a bit and they're like very bad at holding that like temperature. And for example, if you want to dry something like PLA, so if you heat the PLA over 70, I think it's like 65, 70, the filament is just broken. So like it will like melt together on the spool basically, but also like the chemical composition somehow changes and it will never be as strong as if you didn't heat it. If I remember correctly, take it with a grain of salt. But basically, like if you heat it too much, you will ruin the filament. And that can happen really easily. So that's a risk if you do it in your oven compared to like a proper filament dryer that has like more sensitive temperature sensing. Okay, so let's quickly check this out. I think actually the camera here shows it best. Let's just quickly open this separately. So it's Charlotte webcam, I think. And then we just go to stream. So, okay. So you see the printer here. And I think the problem is that the BLTouch actually is lower than the nozzle. Like here, also like from the perspective, it's a little bit weird, or like it makes it more pronounced. But let's quickly just go down to. So that's 3 millimeters. I just want to see that like the BLTouch is. Oh yeah, and Steve, you're completely right. Z offset is horrible. So that's something we need to fix. Let's also quickly just then I have like a better look at things. So this is supposedly 0, but it's like way off. I think my software end stop is -5 or something. So I mean, I could also be smart and just use those. But yeah, we have a problem here. So basically the BLTouch sits way too far down. To an extent, I'm not sure if we can fix that. That's the problem. I can't remember who, but somebody said like last stream, like in my streams, nothing ever is straightforward. This is like another instance of that. So this is as low as I can get the camera, which is a bit of a shame. Maybe I can show it a little bit from an angle. Yeah, here you can see it, right? So the BLTouch is lower than the nozzle, which is not good. So it will definitely hit like the print. Wouldn't be one of yeah. I mean, you know, problems make it interesting. So what I already did like a while ago is like I shortened the BLTouch a tiny bit. Like you see, like the tip isn't quite straight. So to be honest, like the BLTouch here, this is the last station of this BLTouch's life cycle. So what I would do, I would just cut the stem of the BLTouch because I don't think there's any way to like lift it higher. But yeah, let's take it first apart. Okay, let's see. I expected it to be easier, as always. But I think the camera is holding up now quite okay. So at least we have a camera back. Yeah, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like I have very little care for this BLTouch. So I think we can like do the hardware modification. Yeah, these screws are binding a bit. I'm not quite sure why, but they go in kind of okay. Just a bit of pain to get it off and on. Yeah, and these. They somehow grab a bit into the plastic, I feel. Okay, let's just get the front off as well. I mean, luckily we have the super long cables. Being already paying off that we can kind of like dangle this here a bit. Okay, so this is the BLTouch situation. So I don't think like there's not much we can do to lift this up. Oh yeah, and this is like a little cover I have on. Just to basically this has like a red LED the entire time. I was a bit annoyed. So what we can do is like this is the stem, right? So technically we can just cut off the tip. So if we just cut off the tip, the problem is solved because the bottom of the case was just on the nozzle height. So if we remove the case, it will be a bit up, and then if we just like cut off the tip, the BLTouch will still work fine, I think. This is a very crude solution. This is like, don't do this at home. The only thing now is you cannot pull it out anymore. Because before you could pull it out, sometimes it jams. So now you would need tweezers to pull this out. Now it's a crippled BLTouch. And this is what we cut off. Tiny bit. Let's quickly put it together and check. But I think now it should be fine. And then basically, I'm just waiting for BigTreeTech to release the eddy sensor. The eddy, like they have the BigTreeTech eddy canvas, as soon as the canvas version of the sensor is out, the BLTouch goes out. Yeah, poor BLTouch. I'm feeling sorry for it, to be honest, but you do what you have to do, right? Let's see. But I think now we are good. Like now it's just higher. Let's see if we potentially need to take off the sleeve. I think now it should work. But like from the accuracy perspective, I don't think this does anything to the BLTouch, because like as soon as the needle hits the bed, it triggers. I don't think it's important if the needle is longer or shorter. But I don't know who it was last stream. I think it was maybe Steve, who said like that the old hotend was too low. So we definitely can confirm that the new hotend is higher up. Because the problem with the BLTouch was not present before. So I think it's like at least 3 millimeters higher up from the feeling. I mean, we can compare now the Z offset, right? Like we now do the Z offset. And we can exactly see how much higher or lower it is. I think around 3 millimeters at least. Okay. Yeah, BLTouch is still working. It did its initial routine. So that's good. Now it's just a bit short. Poor thing. We will see if the BLTouch is broken now. It still works. I guarantee it works. What we can do is actually we can use the there's this like test routine for BLTouch. Clipper BLTouch. We can quickly check the docs. There's this test. Yeah, and I mean like they're very cheap by now, so I'm also like I really have no bad feelings. There's this command. Okay, clipper set probe accuracy test. Here, this one. Well, what's the command for that? Ah, probe accuracy. Okay, very straightforward. Okay, let's quickly just do like a home. And I just use quickly my hand, like in case. So it just homes against my hand. Oh, okay. It triggers, but my hand was moved on. So let's quickly home again. This time without the hand. Okay, cool. So now let's move it down. Let me show you the webcam here again. So you see this. Again, it's like a little bit from behind and not super straight. But yeah, it's much better. So you stay here and I go to the slicer. So let's just move this down. Z is minus 2.4 already. So let's move that to 0. Wait, that now? Oh, my the interface slice was not good. Okay, so let's move it down to 10. That's 10 millimeters. 5, 1. Let's move to -1. Yeah. So the BLTouch is now ever so slightly higher. Ever so slightly higher. It's funny that actually on the... Wait. Oh. The camera image here was not working. But yeah, now you see like the thing is gone. It's just like a red dot. What you don't see here is that the nozzle is ever so slightly lower than the BLTouch. Let me try to show you from this perspective again. So now it's really like the nozzle is ever so slightly higher. It's a bit hard to see on camera, but yeah. So I think we can do the calibration. So potentially I have to remove the sleeve. Let's see, so we are at -3 millimeters, by the way. Oh, I'm moving Y instead of Z. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to remove the sleeve as well. Yeah, so now we're at -4 millimeters, but we definitely have to remove the sleeve because you see like the nozzle doesn't touch the bed yet. Like this is now... I would assume the correct height, we need to check. But the BLTouch sleeve is on the exact same height. So this is the exact same distance as the nozzle, it looks like. So let's quickly move this up to 15. So we are now at -4, you see. So let's just move this up and then I just take the sleeve out. And now we have the glowing red BLTouch. That's why I had the sleeve there. I really hate this like red glow. But it's just high. So potentially we have to like cut like another 0.5 millimeter off the BLTouch, to be honest. Just for my comfort. Because like it's really close. Like it's really close. Let's see. So that means that we need to set the Z offset to -3.8-ish, and then we need to do like the fine calibration. So we set it to minus... Yeah, that's a not very convenient way of doing this. This still feels so wrong. Let's quickly do this without the plate. I'm a bit afraid that like I screw something up and hit the plate. Okay, so if we now save this, let's do later, and I move it back down to... I mean now it's... Let's quickly home again. Okay, let me try to show you this again. So if I now move down, so we are now at 24, so let's just move down to step by step. Now it's at 1 millimeter. Now we're at 0.2 millimeter. So, I mean, you'd see that you don't see the BLTouch. So I think it's fine. It's just ever so slightly higher than the nozzle. Yeah, not quite sure from which angle to show this best. Maybe from here. Notice. Not really zoom in. Yeah, so you see it's just higher. And you see like this teeny tiny like stubby thing coming out there. So I think that's fine. Like also before it was like only like ever so slightly above the nozzle. So what I'm thinking now is like if we like cut off this like little tiny stubby thingy coming out there as well, just like making it like tiny bit shorter. And we gain a little bit more clearance, but I'm not quite sure if it's worth it. So for me, this is fine for now. Okay, position the camera. Then let's do the following and yeah, quick save config that we save the Z offset. And then it's just home again with the plate. Kind of like a cool cool way of looking at the printer. Wait, can I actually? Focus this for you. So yeah, now you see it in focus. Like there's this little tiny like stubby thing there coming out. So let's just go to 1 millimeter. So this is what it thinks is at 0. And there's still like a very healthy gap. So I think our Z offset still needs to go down quite a bit. Maybe let's just do the good old piece of paper. I'm just going down step by step. Yeah, okay. So it actually does move down. I was doubting for a second whether it moves. I'm just trying to dial in very light resistance. Yeah, I think this is like okay. I think it's a bit too low, but let's go with that. Let's save this, and then I think maybe before we do the rejection, let's actually start with something first layer wise. That we just have like some. Let's just create new project. No, we don't want to save. Discard. So we just say add primitive cube, and then let's just scale this to 50 50, 0.2, 0.28. Okay, so it's basically just like one layer thick cube, so we can just test it or use it to test the Z offset a bit. Oh, it wasn't high enough up. Let's try this again. I think I have to like increase the initial like Z lift a bit. See, it works perfectly. Would have made a bigger gap. It's always less when a bed is hot. Yeah, that's true. That is true, Steve. So just for the sake of my hot end or for my bed, I'll just add a little bit of that offset right now. Let's see. So we need filament. We just pull some filament. And I also think like while this like angle is kind of cool, let's go back to normal. So let's see. I'm really curious to see how like we'll need some tuning, but like I'm really curious to see how well it prints now. But yeah, like the thing that's still missing now is like I want to replace the BLTouch. And I wait for this to be finally, this one to be finally in stock. You can't see it, but it's the Canon version of this sensor, which at the moment sells for a very cheap price. So yeah, as soon as that is available, I will upgrade to that. Let's see. I'm also, we now unlock the fan completely. So for the first layer, it doesn't matter, but like later, it will be interesting to see what happens when the fan kicks in. Maybe we should limit the fan power again for the time being. Oh, it massively overshoots. Like it overshot like by 6 degrees, the heating. Didn't we save the pit tune? Oh, the other thing I think we did not yet fix is yeah, we need to remove this verify heater extruder again. Like last time we disabled the runaway detection. Really should not forget to disable that. So basically, let's do the first layer of calibration everything. And then let's do quickly another pit auto-tune, because I'm really not certain if I save the pit results now. Because it shouldn't have overshot by this much. Up. That's too low. Way too low. Let's try this again. So I quickly just added like 0.4 offset. Let's try this again. Let's do quickly the pit auto tune. It's still at temperature almost, so that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, see you, studio. So let's see. And we can just make sure that the pit tune is there, then it doesn't overshoot as much. High ballistic tag. Does he know we say it's disconnected randomly too? No, mine is quite okay, I think. No, I didn't. I did not notice that. I do have a really good Wi-Fi router though, so potentially the Wi-Fi is just good. And like the Wi-Fi router is just like over there, so prime Wi-Fi. Potentially like the Wi-Fi connection isn't good because it's a really small antenna, I guess. And it's 2.4 gigahertz only, right? Like it doesn't support 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, so it would be my tip. But no, I don't have any issues. But you have the, do you have the V2 Nomi or do you still have the V1? Because I have the old one. There was a screen with a message for it. Oh yeah, because I restarted the printer, right? If you do a firmware restart, or like I did an emergency stop and then it goes in disconnect. Don't ask me how I know about the gap needing bigger. I know no need to order a plate after setting up the ender today. Oh, no, like that's not as bad as mine. This is still positive. But yeah, this one is also pretty messed up. The plate here in the front, especially. Okay, pit is complete. Let me save this. We had this last time. This is why it doesn't save it, because I split my config over multiple files. Let me just copy this. Extruder. Wait, it's in steppers. And then extruder, and then we need to replace those pit values here. Yeah, let's remove the verify header right away because I will forget it. The danger is now basically, oh, let's also limit the fan power again. Just for the time being. So the fan, we just limit it to 50%, that we don't blow out our hot end basically. Let's do firmware restart. Yeah, see now that the firmware restart and shows the screen ballistic tag. And as soon as it's back, it also comes back. I have two V1s and a V2. Okay, so you're like a Nomi power user. I did a bunch of testing on the Nomi shot to see if I made any difference in cooling. Did you find anything? Because for me, I now swapped in like a pretty immensely overkill fan. It's the honey badger fan with 9,200 RPM. Let me add actually just a bit more of Z offset, just a bit. So it's a honey badger fan with 9,200 rounds RPM. And so last time we used the old hotend I had, the 40 watt heater from the Ender. And if you put the fan on 100%, the hotend couldn't keep the temperature anymore. So it dropped from 220 degrees or something we started and dropped like to under 205 until like somewhat stabilized. It was super, super insane. So I think from cooling perspective, I'm fine. Now the question is, now this is the 60 watt heater from the Revo, and I'm curious to see whether this can keep the temperature and what the impact will be. I think also like with the, we diagnosed last time that the old hotend set a bit too low, so the fan was directly blowing on the heater block and not on the nozzle. I did not see much difference running the same G-codes with Nomi and stock self burner, same exact fan. Yeah, I think they also have like in their manual, right, like that they did like a lot of testing and it doesn't have any impact on cooling. So seemingly they are correct. Most likely in the very low percent range that like you can't really like detect it under normal circumstances. So another thing I'm a little bit concerned, like by now, like the PSU of the printer has to run a lot more stuff than like the Ender. This is still a 350 watt Meanwell PSU. But I have the LEDs here, I have the LEDs on the underground, LEDs here. I assume the motors draw like a bit more power than before, and now we have the 60 watt versus 30 watt, 60 watt versus the 40 watt heater. So I'm curious to see if we run into any issues with the power supply. Let's see. I mean, we're not overshooting as much anymore. Still overshooting, but not as much as before. They did some CF. I also tested the airflow with an anemometer. I can't pronounce the word, but I know it is. I think the biggest restriction in SP cooling flow is. Nope. It's still too low. And I didn't print where I wanted to print. Okay, let's do some more homing tests. Didn't it home properly? Because like now I printed in front, it should have printed on the back. Okay, let's heat the bed to 60 so we keep the bed warm. And let's just move to yeah, but there's like plenty space, I think. So I'm not quite sure. Oops, save config. Okay, let's try again. I now moved up another 0.5 millimeter. Bit confused. Let me pay attention what it's doing. So Y home's fine. X home's fine. Z home's fine. Let's see. Is the lower ducts. It always restricts more than the higher part. Wait, so the biggest restriction in SP cooling flow is in the lower ducts. It always restricts more than the higher part. Oh, you mean basically like the airflow around these parts is like the main restriction. I mean, now it's probing on the right spot, so it's good. I still see some popular Voron folks say they don't like the Nomi because it chokes their cooling fan, but they don't present any proof. Well, I had problems with my fan, right? So basically, the fan that I had before was like kind of like hitting the Nomi. So basically, as the fan rotated, like sometimes it would just hit the back of the Nomi in the housing. So I'm not quite sure if they refer to that, but choking seems more like it runs fine, but doesn't draw enough air. But yeah, for me, like the old fan was just starting to hit the Nomi. So I swapped it out for a new fan. 0 does not add the offset. What do you mean by that 0 doesn't add the offset? But let me have the... Because like I increased the offset and I saved the config. It should be there. But let me have my hand on the... I mean, now we get a little bit of extrusion here, but I don't know why it's still so... so weird. Okay. Let's try again. Because I added now like a lot of setback. There's a surprising amount of small variations in the dimensions on 5015 fans. I can imagine some have clearance issues. Yeah, but the funny thing, it was fine for the longest time. Like I only started having issues at some point. Which was a bit odd. Like basically I used it, I don't know, like for like half a year or something. It was fine. Nope. I really have to like increase the Z thing a bit where it goes up. Yeah, it really was fine for a long time. Then I started to like, I just noticed the fan didn't spin at all, so it was just like completely blocked by Nomi. Yeah. So no clue what happened there. Potentially, like I think the fan, like it didn't spin like properly anymore. Like it was like a little bit like wobbling back and forth. Potentially it was just like Harvard effect on the fan. Something getting some heat creep. Not sure. Like we only swapped out the hotend. The rest should be fine. Let's see. So if we are still having the issue now, like I'm just going like way up. Because at the moment, let me check in the printer, we are at BLTouch offset 6.8. So now we just go like to, I don't know, like 5 or something, that we like have like 20, and then we can just tune it down step by step. Hi there, Collie. Probe calibrate. Yeah, we want to do that and I totally forgot. Let's give this like one last shot and see if we actually broke the BLTouch. But yeah, we wanted to probe calibrate and we did not check that. See, but at least like now it's not overshooting as much anymore initially with the temperature. So the pit tune, I think we really just didn't save the pit tune. Yeah, same. It's too low. let's do the probe calibrate. If you broke the BLTouch, you can upgrade to an AD sensor. Yeah, it's exactly like my plan. I mentioned before. So basically, I'm really just like waiting for the big 3-tech AD to become available as the Canon version. I need the Canon version. As soon as that hits the shelf, I will upgrade. Let's do probe calibrate. Must home. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's see what it's doing. No, that's not what wait. That's not the command I wanted. There was, exactly, we wanted to do this. Probe calibrate. Probe accuracy, that's what we wanted to do. So it just does 10 samples and compares the values. Yeah, that looks okay. We did use the paper. we did that, but for some reason it's way too low. But yeah, looks fine. Yeah, we did it, Collie. Like we basically, I didn't use the command, but we did that. So I'll just set it up now way out there. Like now it should be like 3 millimeter over the bed, basically. I now expect it to like really hover. I just want it to not hit the bed and we have like success. Because like slowly I'm a bit concerned that, I mean, this bed like lived through a lot of bad things. Let's see. But yeah, I really don't expect it to like just be like 3 millimeter over the bed. And then we can like start checking why it's like so low. So the BLTouch works. What was the final result? Standard deviation 0.005, which I guess is fine. Let's see. But yeah, I have a paper to prove we did the paper thingy. But the bed was cold. So potentially now it's a bit different, but I wouldn't expect, because like I already moved up like at least like a millimeter from what we calibrated. Okay, let me hover over the emergency stop already. It's not saving the BLTouch to nozzle distance. Why would it not save that? Why would it not save that? Because we had... I think you need to use the probe calibrate. Yeah, I don't know. So the Z offset is 6.81. Yeah, but I did it, Collie. I just didn't use the command. I just used the Z offset controls here and then hit save. That's what the probe calibration does, and you chopped some of the probe. Yeah, exactly, but like after that we did the paper, right? Like, am I not like getting something wrong, or? Yeah, no, now it's completely off the bat. mean, I can do the probe calibrate if you want me to, but it's exactly what we did with the paper. I just didn't use the command for that. So I used those controls here, the Z offset controls, to move it up and down. And then we use the paper to like fiddle around with it. But if you want to, we can use the probe calibrate. Let's keep the bed at 60. No, let's maybe let's quickly home and then do that. Oh, that's the bug. There's a stupid bug in this Clipper version that like it doesn't restart from this button here. Oh no, it doesn't restart at all. Fun. Okay, let's just reboot. Not sure why it doesn't restart. No, like I did the paper. Like after we cut off the nozzle, I did the paper. See? So yeah, since like the last Clipper update, I have really problems with the screen. Like you click the restart button, but it doesn't really restart. Let's wait for it to come back online. Here we go. Yeah, now we need to restart. Now it does it. Like you click and it actually does something. Okay, so cool. Bed to 60 degrees. Its version fluid is. Oh, it's version fluid back front. What bug did you find in fluid? So now let's do the probe calibrate. So not quite seeing what I'm doing, but let's go with feel. Okay, now we hit some paper. Not letting your firmware restart. Oh wait, wait, let me quickly clean the nozzle. Actually, there's some. Oh no, it's actually okay. It's on the other side. Yeah, it doesn't let you firmware restart. Yeah, super annoying. And like sometimes it's fine if you then go via the menu on top. Like if you do it here or via this menu here, it kind of works sometimes. But yeah, sometimes you really have to restart. I had this like a couple of times. Okay. No, it's like very. Like I'm always looking for like a loose resistance that it barely touches. Let me do. Yeah, now it's completely free. Yeah, I think like this is okay. So I just feel there's resistance, but I can still like maybe less even. Yeah, like this. Very light resistance. Cool. Accept. Save config. Yeah, now the offset is 4.6, it says. Let's try again. Let's see if like the second round of paper did it. Yeah, I really have to. Let me really do that. That's annoying. So in the macros, in the homing thingy. Okay. Well, the microphone is back. OBS just completely crashed on me. And OBS is not happy right now. Okay, I'm not quite sure what's going on with OBS right now. It's completely not doing anything. Okay. I mean, at least the microphone is back. Let's. Hi there, Roberts. Give me a second. I'm having some technical issues I have to fix. Let's see. So something like this should work. Echo? Okay. So you have an echo. Oh, it was you. Okay. Ooh, I was like, I have only one microphone input. I don't know where the echo comes from. Okay, cool. So music is back. Microphone is back. I can't put OBS in full screen, but that's a me problem, not a you problem. So I think we're good. Wow. Okay, I have no clue what happened there. Like basically like first the microphone was that, and then like I tried to change the microphone input, and then like OBS just completely crashed. Okay, I did not pay attention what the printer was doing at all. So let's restart that and see what happens. And I have the finger on the emergency stop. Oh, okay. So seemingly the second round of paper did the trick. Oh, by the way, and there's a focus. Let's see. It's definitely way too high up. Like way too high up. I'm just kind of winging the distance right now. We'll have to do this a couple of times until we get it right. Roberts, sorry, no, I'm here. I'm making switch while I was wondering how strong counterweight to use. You mean for the back thingy there? I used the one that's linked in the description. I think I have the part description, the parts in the description. I have. Let's do the meta thing again. If you check here, these are the parts I have, and I did not mention the exact counterweight I used. And this is no longer available. It's not available. Yeah. I think you have technical issues every stream. It's almost an insult, but it's kind of true. I mean, earlier the camera was that, so I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Let me quickly check for you. Give me a second. I'll just check my AliExpress shopping history. I think this was like door. Here, yeah, I have it. It's not available. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it's a door closer automatic. Wait, let me just door closer automatically close. That's how it's called. Yeah, exactly. Here you have those. And then the one that I have was the 1100. So I guess it's this one here. So this one, the 1000 grams you want. Let me just pop this in the... Here you go. Oh, I cannot send the link, it's too long. Wait, can I just... Yeah, it also brings you here. Here you go, that's the link. And then the 1000 gram version. Yeah, it's a shame that like the articles are just not available anymore. That's like always a big of problem. Oh, Ballistic Tech, you were quicker. Punch-free automatic sensor door close, automatic close. It's such a weird thing. Okay, so the latter half looks kind of okay. It's not really focusing on that. This looks kind of okay. It's a tiny bit too close. So let's just do it again. Move a bit up. I'm just printing this again, and I'll just move. I don't know. Let's do 0.3. 0.03. But it's also like, for me, it's really hard to judge that because it's 0.6 millimeters and it looks like different, I think. So let's see. But yeah, so technical issues, I really have to work on that, but I'm not quite sure why it's like so prominent the last couple of streams. The camera battery, 100% my fault. I take full responsibility for like, and by the way, it's like still going down, so potentially we lose the camera again. So I take full responsibility for the camera. I will solve this. I will totally solve this by just getting like a dummy battery. So there's the Sony dummy. You just can get those. It looks like this. This part goes to the camera. And then you just charge it directly. They're not even expensive. It's just like slow. Yeah, it's just like this. This is the battery of the camera, and then like it's not a real battery. It's just like powered. So I'll get this, and this solves battery problems 100%. What I can do against OBS crashing, I'm not quite sure. Missing the cam going screwy when the printer switched on. Yeah. I was wondering, isn't the 1000 gram counterweight overkill? Doesn't the printer struggle to move down? It works fine for me. To be honest, I don't think 1000 gram is as much as you think. Because like it holds the tool head. The tool head is like, I would say like half a kilogram, roughly, right? Like because you have the stepper motor on it. The tool has half a kilogram. You have the linear rail. You have the extrusion. So this alone, I would say it's easy. Like maybe not exactly 1000, but all I can tell you is if with the 1000, it will not move down on its own. And that's kind of the point, right? Like you don't want it to fall down. Some new cameras can power trickle charge off of USB. Seems like a nice feature. Yeah, the thing is like mine, it's seemingly like it doesn't charge enough to like completely cover the power need. So it always like grabs a little bit from the battery. That's still a bit too low. Yeah, it's too high. Yeah, no, here on the end, it's quite okay. Let's do like a full one with this setting. Let's not wait too long, that doesn't cool down. I mean, Robert, by the way, like you can just like order the 1000 and 800, right, and try it. Like they're not really expensive. I don't see the real price right now because I'm not logged in. And they never like show the proper price until like you're like logged in. Let me just quickly copy this over into the window where I'm signed in. How much are they? They're not expensive, right? €3, yeah, €3.70. So to be honest, you like if you want to just order 2 and just try it out, right? Potentially you'll find like a use case for the other one. I'm pretty sure the 800 will also be fine. But I guarantee you the 1000 also works perfectly fine. And it's also like for the moving down, right? Like you're not moving very fast usually in Z. So the steppers have quite a lot of torque. So I would not worry about that at all. See? And I think we can do the retraction test and see what that is doing. There's a massive blob on the nozzle. Oh, now the blob is gone. No, it's too high. Okay. Definitely too high, like the line, like on the corner. Oh, it could also be the pressured ones. We should most likely tune pressured ones as well. No, it's so high. Oh wait, that's the wrong direction. Oh, that was like a clear step backward. No, it's definitely not better. It's way too far off now. Not quite sure what it did. So we definitely need to go down. Let's try again. Maybe we should make a larger. Let's print this one like one more. Otherwise we have to print like a larger one. Makes it a bit easier to calibrate, I think. You have a bit more time to try. Yeah, for technical issues, yeah. Like I get definitely the charging thingy. And the other thing what just caused this technical issue, right, was my headset running out of battery. So I need a new set of AirPods, I think. The battery is really horrible by now. Like they're not holding up for a long time. So it's about time to get a new pair, I guess. Let's see. Yeah, it's still too high. Like there's still a gap in the corner, so but it could also be pressured once. Okay, I think now it's kind of okay. I went 0.02 up again, but no, when I moved up, it again started to have gaps again. Like here we have gaps again. Hey. So I guess let's just leave it then at minus 0.9. Let's do one last. Yep. No, at least it sticks to the bed. Are you saving config after adjusting? I only save it at the end. Like basically you can adjust as much as you want, right? It's always fine. Like you see here, like it's minus 0.9. And then basically what happens if you hit save, it will calculate the it will save it to the config. No, it will not save it to config. It will apply it to the probe, I think. But then you hit save config and it writes to the file. So you can adjust it here as much as you want. And you see that like on the side here in the console, it will adjust it up and down. So it's just not writing it out, basically. Let's see. One last, and if that's kind of okay, we can maybe even already plan the next steps. So this is amazing. So let's maybe start with the pressure advance. Wait, what's it doing now? Now something's really weird. I have no clue what happened now. It doesn't look good. Let's quickly try this again. Let's quickly see if it does weird stuff again. Hope not. Now it looks better. No clue what just happened. Yeah, I'm still not happy with the corners. Like in the corners, you still see like gaps, and also like around the sides. Let's quickly let this finish. Yeah, but it's still too far off. Okay, I'm really not understanding what it's doing. Okay, let me just keep the temperatures. So basically, I mean, you see it's like not really well connected, and especially like around the corner here, like we have like a lot of those like pinholes. So, I mean, I moved it down a bit at the end, and this seems to be okay. Like it's also relatively strong. Okay, let's try one more. I said it before, I know, but let's try one more. So before it was at minus 0.9, and now we are at minus 1.1. So we are a little bit lower. But notably, there's no popping sounds. So theory confirmed again that the old hotend was the troublemaker. And what I prepared in the background quickly is the PA pattern. I'm pretty sure that the PA is not changed. we'll just quickly run the pattern anyways. The interesting part is this was 0.4 millimeters. Yeah, the line width is 0.4 millimeters, so let's see how it goes. Because we use a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. Then we just run quickly this 1PA pattern, just to confirm that I think it's 0.35 at the moment, so around here. Just to confirm it's still the same, and then should be fine. And then we can do the retraction. Lots of tuning fun. Any issue with pressure ones? Not sure yet, Ballistic Tech. I will definitely tune it after. I did not have issues before that I noticed. But then before, like, everything was just like really like bad printing quality wise, so potentially I just didn't notice. But usually, I'm not quite sure, like, would pressured ones change if you change the hotend? Like, potentially yes. I'm not quite sure if it's like super expected. Now, it looks a lot like pressured ones issues with the corners. But it's quite cool how quickly it lays down this like cube. Like, this is not the speed yet I would go for, to be honest. Acceleration is kind of there though. And the first layer speed is 30 millimeters per second, so potentially would be quicker in the future. And I think like this is a really good machine for like big prints. Yeah, we still have a little bit of gaps here. But like overall looks fine, but we have a bit of gaps here. So let's do the pressured ones tuning, because like especially around the corner here, like this looks a lot to me like pressured ones issues. Here, it's just like very obvious in the corners, and then also we have these like pinholes around the edge here, which are like, I think for me when I print 0.6 I often have those just because the line has like larger roundings at the end basically. This is a bit odd here though that we still have this. The height looks very good. Like this looks like, here we have issues. Here it looks really good. This is like very nice. So let's quickly do the pressure advance pattern and see what it does. Oi. Yep, my Orca has some problems. Let me quickly... No, discard. Let's quickly do this again. Calibration, pressure advance, pattern, okay, slice, print. Okay, now it prints it anyways. Okay, not questioning this. It just said it couldn't upload it, now it's printing. Okay. Whatever. Let's see. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the pressure advance is a little bit screwed up. I'm just like, whenever I print pressure advance patterns, like it's always a bit weird on this machine. I wonder, like before I finally figured out it had to do with the, when I had the two extruders, there was an issue with Clipper that wouldn't apply the pressure advance values correctly. And until I figured that out, like basically I was going crazy with the pressure advance because like every line in the pattern looked equally bad. Like there was no change from like 0 to 1 or something. There was like no change. Like all of the lines were like equally bad. And it took me quite a while until I figured out that like it said it applied the pressure advance, but it actually didn't apply the pressure advance. It had to do with the two extruders. Yeah, that was fun. So I'm a little bit like traumatized by pressure advance patterns on this machine. Let's see. So, last one. Oh, it props a different pattern now. I was like mentally still like with the 5x5 cube. This would be so much quicker with the eddy sensor. I really hope that BLTouch makes like publishes that soon. Because they said they would have the eddy sensor available like a long time ago. I think I can also like increase the speed, so at least the speed that it goes up. Like this doesn't need to be this slow. But yeah, like just from the sound of it, like we don't have any popping sound, so that's definitely solved. And also like between the start of the print, like with the words, the thing around the print. Before I had like stringing between the prime line and that thing, and that the stringing there is gone. So that also will indicate that the stringing issues are gone. So I'm kind of like curious to see the retraction test, but like first the pressure ones need to be dialed in, because the pressure ones had also like a huge impact on the retraction. So while this is printing, let's also quickly check what pressure advance we have at the moment. Wait, so pressure advance is 0.035. So let's see what we get after. And whether this prints successfully, I'm still a bit doubtful. Because it's a 0.6mm nozzle. Which also could change the pressure advance, especially because it's like the high flow nozzle. It seems like it kind of prints okay. And the first layer looks actually really good, if I might say so. So I think that the Z height is dialed in. So what we definitely should not do is forget to apply. So I will now save the Z offset. Steve, now it's saved. And after it's saved, it makes the save config available on the top. So basically there are like two ways for Clipper to do this. So if you change the Z offset here, just change the Z offset. And then when you click save, it saves it for the probe. So now it says BLTouch Z offset 4.76 millimeters. And then when you save config, it saves this like 4.760 value to the config file. And then you have it on the bottom of the config file, and it's like auto-generated section. Let's see if this will be successful. One of the lines looks a bit weird, so might cause problems. Did anyone ever play around with the pressure advance smooth time, which is like the second parameter for pressure advance, right? You have the pressure advance itself, and then you have this smooth time parameter, which I think is like not really needed to tune. I would be curious to know if anyone ever played around with that. Yeah, like back here, like it looks really like a really good first layer. Now it's writing the numbers. Yeah, this looks so much better. Like already, like this, like test print, like no stringing. Like I really had also problems with like oozing in the old nozzle. Uh-oh. Yeah, this one line didn't survive it. Let's see if the print finishes. Yeah, so this section is a little bit screwed up. I'll just continue because we're basically like almost done. Hopefully it finishes, maybe not. Then we can see if we need that section or not. Okay. Yeah, it's screwing it completely up. Let's do this and then let's finish one layer early. Hey, annoying. Okay, so this line is casualty, but I think the others are kind of okay, and like it gets us like an idea. And the interesting part is like, let me. Oh, I also need to see this close up. Let me actually just put it closer to me. So the interesting part is, so at the moment the pressure advance is 0.35, which is this line here. And we clearly see we have gaping here, so this is way too much. This looks quite okay, like this line next to it is the casualty. So I would say let's do a second one from 0 to 0.3, just like in this like very narrow range here. Just this range again, and then we get like a better idea where here it should be, because this is like a little bit broken and this is completely gone. But this one here at 0.015, this looks quite okay actually. So let's do one more run. Yeah, actually 0.015 looks quite okay. Let's quickly do like a second round. So we do calibration. Oh, we have to do prepare, calibration, pressure advance, the pattern, and then we go from 0 to 0.3, and then we can go to 5. So we just go a little bit finer in the resolution. And now we just look at this like narrow section. We first have to cancel and then we can print. Upload and print. By the way, let's do the following. While this is printing, I will put up the camera from the printer and I will turn off the camera here because like the battery is still like very low. So potentially we can charge a bit while we don't need it as urgently. So we go to Charlotte's webcam. So you have a bit different perspective. With our like crippled BLTouch in the foreground. Okay, the filament is gone. There's this like bit of filament there, but now it's gone. This camera is actually quite cool. I got it from this Creality kit that I did. And if you, yeah, exactly. If it's dark, it switches to this like infrared view, which is actually really cool. Like even if it's like completely pitch black, you still get this black and white image, which is actually a really good picture quality at night. So it's actually quite cool. The only thing that's a bit annoying sometimes when it's like if the sun is setting and the printhead moves in front of the camera, it's like enough to trigger this like night mode, and like it switches back and forth depending where the printhead is, and it's a bit annoying. But besides, this is a really cool camera. I'm a bit annoyed that the BLTouch is now like that bright. So I think, wait, where do I have this cover of the BLTouch? Here. I think what I can do is I just take off like the bottom, basically, the bottom of this thing. You know what? Like, I mean, there's nothing else to do, so let me just let me just file away on that while we wait. It's still overshooting like the temperature initially quite a bit, so I think we should do like another, I mean, we don't have to do this on stream, like I will do another pit tune where I put the fan a little bit lower. Didn't do the prime line really good. Like there's nothing on the prime line, and then like it took a second to initialize there. Should be fine. Yeah, the first layer is like really good now. So that bit is good. I mean, we could also have set the pressured ones already to 0.015. Most likely would have done the trick mostly. Let me also turn down the speed a bit. So after the first layer is done, let's just set the speed factor to like 60%, and like we don't potentially get as many problems. Okay, I think this should be fine. Like I took off quite a bit now. It's a little bit more. Now we can cover the red glowing BLTouch again in our like neat little shroud. Okay, let me turn down the speed now. Just put to 75%. Yeah, it should be fine. I said it's fine, I'll continue. Okay. 59% done. One more layer, I think. Okay. Oh, that was it. Interesting. Nomi said 77%. It's quite funny, like the Nomi uses a different percentage calculation as Moonraker. So not Moonraker. Mainsail. Let's see. We have 1 bar of battery back, so the camera pause was good. Oop. Let's take a look. So, wait, let me also, because I also want to see something. Yeah, so it's really consistent actually with what we had before. So, why is it struggling so much with the focus right now? Okay, now I think it's fine, focus-wise. So you still see, like here at 0.03, we have the gaps. So we said this was too high, and then like it really gets like less. So hey, it works. Just try it. I mean, like those here on the side, they're really like too much. Here we have a bit of bulging. So I think my favorite would be this one here. I think. Maybe even one over. Like there's definitely a gap here. Yeah, so here's definitely visible gap. I don't see any gaps here. So let's just go 1 over from here and then like take this one as our winner. And that's 0.02. 0.02 would be the winner. We quickly do like a close-up inspection. Yeah, I think I would even go 1 lower, to be honest. And that would be then... Which one would it be? 0.0175. So let's use that. Cool. We have a calibration. Now we can do retraction. Going through entire like testing shebang. So let's configure that. Steppers, extruder. So this, now we went down like a lot. So it's 0.0175. So it's exactly half of what it was before. Let's also do the save config now. So we now are saving the Z offset. And then let's also, so I basically took off now like quite a bit here from this BLTouch route. So I'll just putting this over the BLTouch again. Yeah, now it's exactly like flush. So it's really like hard to show, but it's perfectly flush with the BLTouch. So we can have our shroud again. Okay, then let's go to next calibration. So we do retraction. Let's do from 0 to 1. So it's a very, very small tower. Should print pretty quick. So, yeah, and after that, I think we tuned everything, right? Like, first layer is okay. Pressured once is okay. Retraction, I assume, will be okay. So I think at the moment, what do I have set at the moment? I mean, with the old hotend, it was 0.4 because I kind of had no, that's a lie. So with the old hotend, with this one, with short here, with the defective one, I used like super high retractions. So while I had the Bowden setup, I used like 15mm of retraction, I think. That was really crazy. And with the 15, it was just barely okay with stringing. And then with the direct drive, it went down, but I still used like 4 or 5mm of retraction, which is like crazy. And then I swapped in the cheap Ender hotend. And with this one, I actually then ended up at the 0.4mm that were supposed to be the standard for that extruder. So now it's also, I assume we will end up in the 0.4 range as well. Let's just see how it goes. And yeah, then after that, I would say let's just print like a small Voron cube or something. And while the Voron cube is printing, we can finally assemble the belt tension meter. Now we can check belt tension. Doing all the calibration things. I'm really happy that this printer is now, like, I mean, shouldn't promise too much yet, but I think like we're now like really at a point where this is like printing nicely. And like the entire trouble was really the hot end, which is, I don't know, like not really like on the top of my list of things that I would have considered in the beginning. On the fan, we also need to check the fan. See, more to do. Although we are now also checking the fan partially. Yeah, we need to check the start G code. I think the purge is not enough anymore. Let's give you like a more front-facing angle. We could have cleaned the nozzle as well before doing that, but hey. Oh, yeah, also I can enable my fancy pants face tracking again, right? Now it's like cool again. Well, to be honest, like we don't need any retraction. There's just absolutely no stringing whatsoever. Amazing. Like there's no stringing. Oh wow. There's just no stringing. Zero, zero. I'm very fascinated by that right now. I don't think I have any of the old like retraction test towers with the old hotend, but it was like pure pain. The amount of time I spent trying to figure retraction settings, like solving stringing issues and solving that filament. Like I don't want to put a number of hours on it because it will make me really sad. But if I ignore that for a second, I think I spent at least 20 hours trying to fix this issue, most likely more. And all it took was like a new hotend. Yeah, I mean there's just no stringing. Man, I was tuning like retraction settings like crazy, like distance, speed, and no matter what I did, I always had stringing. I'm really happy on the one hand side that it just works. On the other hand, like I spent so much time and effort. Yeah. That was a very well spent €100 for the new hotend. Okay. I would say, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I would just say, let's go to 0.2. Let's just use 0.2. So we save a bit time from the retraction. We still have a little bit of retraction. Might be different depending on the materials. Now it's PLA, so might be different for different materials. Let's see. Then let's quickly do the same, like last time we printed this V shape, right, with the fan, where we tried to test the overhangs. Let's quickly do that. So I kind of built this myself all the time. Could really save this as a project at some point. So we do this, then we cut somewhere there, form cut. Then we delete the lower one, we center. We center this one. Then we add a negative part, cube. Then we rotate the negative part. Then we center the negative part, and then we move the negative part. And that gives us this V, basically. So we can just quickly test like it's actually like retraction as well, but like also the overhangs we can test a bit. So yeah, I think we can cancel that. We need to like extrude a bit more filament, potentially now with the 0.6mm nozzle. Let's quickly do that actually. So in the device, printer macros, in the start, where's the start? Wait, print, start print? I never get it right, which, print start. And then there's the nozzle purge macro. So let's just quickly extrude here we extrude the lines, we move X and E. So let's just do E15. So I really want to have like a blob there at the beginning. Okay, print, upload and print. Yeah, but I mean, there's nothing, like every single layer is exactly the same. There's like no difference whatsoever. So technically, like, you see, like there's this little tiny, wait, how can I show this? This little tiny thing there. This is the only, yeah, there you can see it. This little tiny thing there is the only artifact at 0mm retraction, just 0. So this is 0.2 now here that we chose somewhere here. So yeah, it's totally fine. Like there's really nothing. Arguably it gets worse with more retraction. So over like 0.5, there's a bit of artifacts here on the back side. If it focuses. You want to focus? I'm just really liking the stealth Bonomora. Okay, I can't argue with that. But yeah, there's, after 0.5, 0.6, there's a little bit of like artifacts. So yeah, but we are like way. To be honest, now the eddy sensor on this machine is perfect. That's the last thing that's really missing. And that's a really nice machine for like just, yeah, larger PLA prints. Patchy PLA. I'm actually considering whether I reprint some of the parts of my PC case, which I actually still have to finish off, like for people who like watch my streams a little longer. Like at some point we built a PC case and I promised to like publish the files and like, yeah, do that, and I never did. And I kind of got really frustrated with the project. Partially because the printing was so horrible. Like I printed large patchy prints with this broken hotend, and like it was just like so frustrating. Oh, that's not good. Our start cheat code is not good. Okay. Horrible first layer, but it will be fine. So yeah, I need to work on the start cheat code. While this is printing, let's quickly check the end G code, because I know I pull it out quite a bit. Print end. I move it 4mm out, but now I move it 15mm forward, so it should be fine. Oh, we didn't save. Ah, yeah, okay. I think the change we made will fix the issue. But yeah, like for the PC case, I got really frustrated because I had to print those like large patchy files, and it just like stringing was so bad. The string was just horrible, and I constantly thought the filament was wet because of this popping sound while printing and stringing. So I still have like 1 kilogram of the patchy that I used for the printer for the PC case. So I'm thinking of reprinting the sides, which are like the worst parts. They're also like very flimsy, so potentially I just like make it a little bit stronger and reprint those parts, and then we can work on that at some point. What layer height is it actually? Because I used the 0.6mm, I think it's 0.28 millimeter layers. Yeah, it needs more cooling, I think. Because it's curling up quite a bit. and the fan is at 100%, which doesn't affect like the hot end at all. So that problem is solved. Like last stream, we added the very powerful fan, and the hot end couldn't keep the temperature, partially because the fan was directly blowing onto the heater block and not the nozzle. Yeah, I think it was mainly the issue. So let's do the following. Like, let's let it print in the background. Oh wait. So let's quickly change that. So the max power of the fan is 0.5 at the moment. So let's just like unleash the beast. So we need to do like a firmware restart after. And let's just see what happens if we like double the fan power. Potentially we're also printing a bit too hot at the moment. Like we're printing with 225 degree Celsius for the PLA. So maybe we also need to tune that down a bit. Okay, don't have to finish this. I think we've seen everything we need to see. So let me just do a firmware restart. So yeah, like the overhang is not good. Especially on the backside. The front side it looks a bit better than the backside, and then like on the backside it's bad on both. Tiny bit of stringing actually, so maybe we need to like up the retraction from 0.2 to 0.4. But yeah, let's print this again, and this time we changed the max power of the fan. And let's also, after it started printing, let's just reduce the print temperature from 225 to 215. Just a bit. A bit 10 degrees is quite a jump, but I'm pretty sure that we don't need this high temperature. So. But yeah, besides that, it looks good, right? Like the overhang is horrible, of course. The inside looks looks quite usable actually. So like, it's not perfect, but it's like this is somewhat okay. And we print relatively fast now. Like we could also like reduce the speed a tiny bit. That would also most likely also help. Yeah, we're finally getting somewhere with this printer. But yeah, also like on the Nordic PC case. So I'm using it now since a couple of months, right? I think we built it in maybe March-ish. And it works well. Like everything stays cool. Like I'm not having like the most like power hungry components on planet Earth, but everything stays cool. And what I noticed a bit, and like somebody mentioned it in stream back then, like when we did it, but we added this like shrink wrap around the printed parts to give it like a wood optic. And like in one corner, I didn't wrap it around quite a lot. So, and there the heat started to loosen it up. So yeah, maybe we have to do the shrink again at some point. But yeah, generally like it's a really okay PC case. It looks quite cool, I think. Yeah, we still like looking at the prime line. Like it's, I still expect like a huge blob here, and it's not doing that. So we need to increase that even more. Like a nozzle cam almost. Now you see, like in the back right, now the fan is super loud, but in the back right corner, it's lifting up again, like it's curling. But the hot end keeps the temperature. The hot end keeps the temperature. It's still like 225 stable. It goes up and down like 0.1. Yeah, potentially we need to decrease the speed on the overhangs especially. Because I don't think I decreased the speed at the overhangs at the moment in this profile. You also point the microphone a bit more towards my direction so you can hopefully hear me okay. Should print fine at 210 that has a large heat plug area. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a high flow nozzle. You know, like with the way thingy. So I think we can reduce the temperature. I'm also checking. Oh, we want to reduce the temperature. I forgot. Let's actually do that just on the fly. I put the temperature to 200. Yeah, let's do 210. The temperature drops really fast. It's already at 210 degrees. Like, it drops really, really, really fast. So the fan, remember like last time when we turned off the, when we turned on the fan, like it dropped really quickly. It still drops this quickly. It's just like now the heater most likely can keep up with the fan. There's a setting where you can set up, slow down. Oh, here, yeah, here. Slow down for overhangs. It looks quite okay. Like we need to see. Oh, that's interesting. So I'm just checking out the options here. So there's slow down for overhangs, which I just checked. So you can set an offset for the overhang angle. Oh yeah, there was a bit of stringing. I didn't see that, Steve. But the overhangs also look way better. So I would just do percent. So let's do at 10%. Let's just do 90. And for 25 to 50, let's do 75%, 50%, and I don't know, like 25%, something like this. So basically, the steeper the overhang, the slower the printer will be. And then what I just saw is slow down for curl parameters. I'm not quite sure if this is like a new setting. I didn't see that before, but it's pretty cool. I can do a heat tower. I can definitely do that. I just need to see. So I wonder whether I should do this with this printer then, because the problem is that this printer now has a high flow nozzle, where potentially I get away with having lower temperatures, because like the hot end is better at heating the material. So I think potentially we should use a different nozzle for the temperature tower. Okay, but I'll just enable this for now. Let me just save that right away. And then the other thing that I see now is we have a lot of like ringing. Let this finish. So I think what I can do, we have to tune this like a bit more in detail, but like let's just put this to 215. 215. And then should be fine. Whew. Silence. But yeah, this is how it looks. Oh wait, I turned down the brightness. Woo. No, it's way too bright. I mean, even at... Why is this so bright now? Oh, I mean... Oops. Here we go. Focus? Focus doesn't want to focus. So... Even at 210, I think like we changed 210 around here. Like this got better, the corner here. The other side is pretty good. Like this side actually looks really good. Like on camera it looks a bit worse than in reality, to be honest. This looks really good. So it's primarily what I see here is ringing. Yeah, you also see it on camera, right? Like here, the ringing. So the acceleration might be a bit too high, or like we need to do like the words. Like today, like I forget all the words. Shaper calibration, thank you. Input shaper. And I think this one here is just like, if you would have printed the cooler temperature all the way up, I think this would have been fine. It was just like already a bit screwed up from the beginning. The interesting part for me is now basically like I can just use the fan at full tilt. Like 100% fan is now okay, which was not possible before. So temperature tuning I'll definitely do. I don't think we need to do this now because temperature tower takes quite a bit. The first layer looks pretty good to me. So this is the win in my book, I think. I'm not quite sure. Like for me, it's really hard to see that on my control monitor. But yeah, it's like really smooth. So for me, the ringing is the main problem now. It's also something, it just needs input shaper calibration. Potentially need to print a bit slower. The overhangs we print now slower generally. So for me, this is pretty good. So what we need to do now, technically, is nothing. So we did all the test prints. Let's actually do quick input shaper calibration because we don't have to do any any preparations for that. Because we now have the accelerometer in the tool head, and we have a second accelerometer on the bed, which is amazing. So now we can just like relax. But yeah, like the shape calibration we need to do anyways because we changed the tool head, right? So we changed from the old hotend to new hotend, and it changes the mass, of course. Center of gravity will be different. So we need to do shaper calibration either way. So let's do the shaper calibration and then let's just do a quick Voron test cube. And while it's doing this, the camera has a low battery symbol again. So let's quickly look at something else than the camera. Not like you can see the tool head vibrate anyway. Cool. So while this is doing its thing, let's quickly do the perch line macro again. Perch. Here. So I'm still not like, I really want to see like a small blob. So I think I'm just really like doing 25mm. If that works, we need to check. So let's do quick like we can just do the nozzle perch macro after it's done to see how it's doing. Lots of updates again. doesn't want. I'm just checking for updates. It doesn't want to show me more updates. Let's see. 128, almost done. But I didn't hear like a huge resonance spike. Like, and now the bat. I'm so happy that there's this accelerometer on the bat. Like, this is so cool. It just like, you know, it just does it. You don't have to do anything else. It just, yeah, shape and calibrate. Off you go. This makes me very happy. This is a really cool printer by now. Yeah, here now, like, there's a little bit of like a resonance frequency. I was thinking of losing the keyback and adding a servo arm at the top of the printer that locks it up before switching the motors off. I mean, you could do that. What do you gain from that? Isn't the keyback like quite a efficient solution? I mean, technically, you can also add. No, I mean, like, you can do the servo, yeah. I mean, that would work, right? Technically, you can just have it like the arm moving like this, that you have it here on the side and just like moves back under the carriage. I mean, technically, it would work, right? But like, what do you gain from that? Do you think the keyback adds that much like friction on that? Because I don't think it's a big problem. Because you have two steppers pulling on that, right? Because for Z movement, both steppers work together. So basically, if you have a like horizontal in this or horizontal, like one of those axes, oh wait, one of these axes, basically, it's only one stepper. But if you have like a vertical movement or like an X movement, both steppers like pull on it. So yes, you have like 1 kilogram of resistance. But it's also like if you move up, right? I would argue without the keyback, it would be worse. Okay, let me quickly check what the results are. So let me finish my thought. So I think without the keyback, it's worse because at the moment, like when you move up, right, you need to like lift the weight of the X-axis or like the entire like X gantry basically. So if you do this with the keyback, you move up. Assuming that the keyback has the same pulling force as the gantry has weight. So let's say the gantry has 1 kilogram of weight and the keyback has 1 kilogram of force. Then it cancels each other out. So basically, the motor doesn't have to move against gravity because the keyback like neutralizes gravity basically. Same when it moves down, right? The motor doesn't have to move work against the keyback because gravity pulls the gantry down with the same force. So ideally, the keyback has exact pulling force of the gantry weight, and then it like cancels each other out. So even if you move up or down, it's perfect. The only thing, like technically without the keyback, you could move down faster, but I don't see the point on that, to be honest. So I think the keyback is important. Like I'm pretty sure it would work without, like the motors would be strong enough, but I think it's better with. Which keyback you need? Like, I mean, I have the fake one, and we discussed it earlier in the stream. Like I posted a link in chat. So I have the 1100 gram. Technically, you can take the axis and weigh the axis, so like the gantry, right? And that should give you like the perfect one to choose because they're 500, 800, 1000 I saw, and like I have 1100, so I assume you get it somewhere as well. So technically, I think it's perfect with the keyback. Okay, thought finished. So we got shaper type ZV for Y and EI, but the X shaper is still really, really bad. EI should not be on X. 3400 and what was ZV for Y? Yeah, no, that's like I had that over and over again, that like X on this printer has a really bad shaper result. Because like now the Y axis with the heavy bed says it can do we said ZV, right? Like technically it says like acceleration up to, I mean you don't see it, it's behind the chat here, it's like 6,700 millimeters per second squared on Y. And X says it needs EI shaper, which is like way stronger and it can do 3,400. It's like, it doesn't really make sense because X only has to move the tool head. Makes no sense. So something is still up with X. I think potentially it's the belt tension, that the belt tension is high enough. Or something is loose, that's also possible. But yeah, that's, I have to check that in with a little bit more peace of mind. And we can quickly check out the... Let me quickly pull this from the pie, like the graph. Let's look at the graph. One second. Oh wait, that's the CSV file. It's not the graph. Okay, yeah, we need to look up how to create a graph again. Then let's not do that right now. But yeah, so I'll work on that a bit. So I would say let's just use the ones that it now suggests. Then we reduce the speed a bit, but it's fine. Let's reduce the speed a bit, and so we reduce the speed because now we have 5,000 everywhere, so let's just set 3,400. And then I'm pretty sure we can do 5,000 with the machine easily, just in like tuning a bit, or like not tuning, but like figuring out what the issue is. So 3,400, and then select all, or oh, I delete all, which is perfect. And then let's just quickly do like a Voron cube and just see how that pans out. This should be quite quick. 23 minutes. How about we do the Voron cube, and while the Voron cube is Voron cubing, we do the belt tension meter and see how that comes together. So let's do that. So I hope the camera had enough break. Yes, it has one battery bar again. So I'll just put you like the camera, I don't know, there, here below me. And then the question is, I'm still not sure which one of these I like. I think both are loose enough. So the manual said like basically they need to fall through, which they do. This one is not as nice, so I'm not quite sure. So I mean, there are not too many people watching right now, but if somebody has like a preference the next minute between the light and the dark green, the numbers here are not as nice. This doesn't look nice actually. So I might strongly prefer the darker one, just because like the quality here is not nice. I tried there's this new setting in Orca, which is like the small area compensation, I think it's called, where like for small areas it extrudes less. But seemingly this did not really work well for me because like all the small areas are now under extruded here. And this is the same settings, just with off. The light green definitely shows the numbers better, that's true. Okay, let's do light green. Let's do light green. So this also is, yeah, has enough clearance. Cool. Then, oh, I can't show you the camera. I need the browser. Belt tension meter GitHub. I forgot the thing how it's called. Yeah, this is the one. Does this contain the manual? No. Assembly, here. And I do have the parts kit. This loads really long. Download the file. Here we go. We have all the parts. Print settings, it's just a standard Voron thingy. Oh, let's quickly check the printer for the first layer. Yeah, I think the Z offset we now have really well tuned in. Yeah, it looks good. And the temperature we now have at 215. Yeah, 215. Okay, let the printer print. And here we look at the manual. So, cleaner printer parts. Correct any zits blocks. Yes, I did that already. Check fit between slide and base. It should be loose enough to drop into the base. It is loose enough. Using a cotton swab, apply a light layer of grease to the spring channel in the shaded area shown below. Okay. So oh, okay, so I have a cotton swab, but they did not give me green. Okay, I have to quickly grab grease. 1 second. Here we go, grease. So it says, using a cotton swab, apply a light layer of grease to the spring channel in the shaded area shown below. Do not lubricate the meter base or slide, as stiction may occur causing inaccurate readings. Okay. I'll just apply a little bit. I don't think we need a lot here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that counts. Like now it's just like a little bit glossy. Let's add a tiny bit more. They should have given you the swap pre-greased. So just like a bit of grease is on there. But then I guess everyone who needs this has grease at hand. Okay. So we have the spring block, which is this like small part here. And we do have a spring. And we have a spring spacer. So the spring spacer comes on top. Then there's a spring. And then there's a slide block. I'm not quite sure about the orientation of this piece. So there's like a larger holes on this side. I think they should go to the other side. Cube is coming along quite well. Insert the spring spacer, spring, and spring block in the order shown. Note that the position of the counterbores on the spring block, they should be facing down in this step. What do they mean by down? Oh, here you can see it. So yeah, I have it in the right orientation. Here's this nose, and the holes are here. Okay. Insert the spring, spacer, flip the assembly slide, and carefully insert it in the base. Okay. Align the slide with the front of the base so that they're flush, and the two holes of the spring block are aligned with the corresponding. Oh yeah, there are holes here on the bottom as well. Okay. Secure the spring block to the base using 2 self-tapping M2 screws. We have 2 self-tapping M2 screws in here. By the way, how's the audio? Like, is the fan too loud, or can you still hear me? So these screws come in here. And then we need like a very tiny Phillips head screwdriver. No, fine. Most of us are used to pennants. Okay, cool. It's more about that, like, it doesn't like completely cut off my voice or something. Okay. Now the block here in the center is secured to the base. So we have some spring action going on. The ride's very smooth, so that's good. Yeah, so this is what we did. Depress the plunger and check that the slide's moving smoothly without binding. Yeah, we can move without binding. Starting with a node 2 needle. Okay, so we have different needles here. I'm not quite sure what the node 2 needle is. So they have different markings on them. I might miss one. So I have 0, 1, 2, 3, and 5. So I think this is the node 2 needle. Use a trial and error to determine the needle with the best fit. Oh yeah, I'm missing a number 4 needle. Let's hope we don't need that. When aligned to the hole, the needle's teeth will mesh with the slide's teeth. The two holes should be close to concentric. So we're just looking at it, I guess. Like, this looks pretty good to me. Just try extreme number 5. I mean, it's also quite okay to me, to be honest. Oh, I think it needs to point at 0 at the moment. Yeah, I think it needs to point at 0. Ream the hole in the needle with a 3mm drill bit. I don't have a 3mm drill bit at hand. Let me quickly grab one. 1 second. Can hear the stepper over the fans, to be honest. Oh, okay. Crazy, because for me the fan is much louder than the stepper. I'm right back with a 3mm drill bit. Three millimeter drill bits. Let's just stick with the number 2 for now, because I don't quite understand the difference yet. Okay. So the needle should rotate freely under its own weight. Okay, so I guess if we put this here, like on the smooth side, so I guess this counts. So we put this here. Insert the M3x6 through the top of the needle. Top of the needle as noted by the circular stamp. Place the Wait, what circular stamp? Oh, so the round bit is to the top. Okay. Okay, understood. Place the M3x8 washer onto the base. So the washer goes in between. with the smoothest side up. Is there a smooth side? Oh yeah, this side is from the back side has like a little bit more grip. So secure needle onto the washer with M3x7. Making sure the needle aligns to the 0 position. Well, it doesn't quite align to the 0 position. Now the question, if we use a different needle, does that change the 0 position? I'm not sure if that changed anything. So those different needles are a bit of like a mystery to me so far. Just trying like the thickest needle now, or like not the thickest, but like the number 5 needle. This is better 0 position for me. Okay, let's just try the number 3. Just to see like what the difference is. This is 1, 3. This is like very stiff. Okay, maybe the 3 is not good. No, it's fine. Okay, let's try this one. How does that? It's also a bit off 0. I'm just not quite sure if this is like a real problem. It's closer. Let's go with the 3. Like, I don't know. I don't quite understand the difference. But now it's like not running super smooth. Like I feel the teeth engaging. Like every time a new teeth comes in, I feel it. So maybe let's try the 2. Yeah, this is much better. The 2 is much better. So I think the different numbers is about the meshing of the teeth. I think this is good. Yeah, let's just use the 2. Check. Okay. Tighten screw until just snug. Yeah, I did that already. Press the plunger several times to ensure that the needle moves freely. We did that also. It's very, very nice. Check the needle's backlash by gently wiggling with the finger. Yeah, I mean, this is quite good. I think if the needle moves more than half a tick on the dial, swap to the next size up. Repeat the step. No, I don't think it does. Like there's immediate action basically. As soon as I move the needle a bit, like you see like the gap here opening. So I'm pretty sure this is fine. But should be fine. Once you have the correct needle selected, use a toothpick or similar to apply a very small amount of grease to the area shown below. Okay. We have the right needle selected. So we now apply grease. I'm just using like the other end of that thing. I guess that's why they give you like half. Maybe. Or you just want to double the things. I don't think it's like a lot of grease, just tiny bit. So just add it here, bit in the middle. Teeth. And then we put it back together. Yep. Looks even nicer. Flip the needle over and apply a very light grease to the area contacts the M3 washer. Oh, ah. We should have read all the things. Let's apply some grease to the underside. Also apply a little bit of grease around the screw here on top. Okay, more grease. Oh yeah, it also sat on top of. Okay. Yeah, we have grease now everywhere. Also on the trackpad. Mainly. Yeah, so we put it back together and then we cycle 20 to 30 times. I guess it counts. Yeah. Roberts. Also, what is the thing? Belt tension meter. Yeah, exactly. It's the belt tension meter. So the belt comes in between here, and then the dial shows you how the tension is. And then for every printer, there's like the ideal tension, basically. Finally install the M325 preload screw into slider plunger as shown. Yes, it goes on top here. Tighten until the head is flush with the plunger. Okay, let's do that. Now it's flush. And the cube is done. Let's quickly finish and then we can check the cube. Your meter is now assembled and ready for calibration. Ah, cool. I think with this one we can like change the start position. Yeah, exactly. So if we tighten this, maybe not. Okay, let's not tighten this. let's read. Okay, so before we start calibrating this, let's quickly check the cube. It's semi-okay. So I made it finished. It looks over extruded to me quite a bit. So it's maybe something we need to check. Like it just looks like very over extruded. But the overhangs look fine. Yeah, it's just very uneven extrusion. First layer is nice. I'm really happy with the Z offset actually. The Y and X look quite good. Bridging in the center looks okay. I think that's quite a usable cube for now. So what I would need to check is where the rough surface comes from. I think it's over extrusion. So I would mostly step one would be like for me to calibrate the extruder again. I think it was spot on last time, but yeah, I'm not quite sure. Potentially it's just like changed. Top surface is not really nice, but it might be just a bit of tuning. It's also like a very like small area, so it's very easy to get like over extrusion in this area basically. But besides, it looks quite okay. Like the no, it's like Y, X and Y look bad. But yeah, like overall, it's usable. Like I can tune now from here. I think tuning extrusion, you're good. Yeah, I think it's also extrusion, but I'm not quite sure because like extrusion was fine before, so I'm a little bit confused about that. But yeah, we don't have any problems now with the pressure the ones anymore, so we don't have any gaps around the corners. The corners are also like relatively sharp. There's still a tiny bit of ringing going on here. Like, not sure if you can see it on camera, but there's like a little bit of like two rings here around the corner. Yeah, it looks like over extrusion. I need to check that. But yeah, besides that, I think this is like, I call this a success. Like, it's much better than what we had before. That's pretty nice. So I would say let's quickly finish up the belt tension meter. So we can calibrate. Cut the music wire, which is this thing, and deburr the ends with a file. We did it. Do not use your good side cutters for music wire, Dremel cutoff, or hand wire cutter recommended. Okay. Maybe extrusion was tuned fine with the old hotend blowing air at the same time. Might be very well. Like, the things like usually for the extrusion, let me think what I'm saying. So the extrusion multiplier should not be affected by the hotend usually. So I think the extrusion, not extrusion multiplier, sorry. The man, like today works. The E steps, sorry, the E steps should be fine. Like, that should be independent of the hotend. I will still check the E steps. Potentially it's also the, I don't think the filament settings are wrong, because like I use this filament quite a bit. But we also now changed the temperature now, right? We changed the temperature from 225 to 215, but still, like, this shouldn't change the extrusion. So yeah, I'll just run like the usual tests. And also we now have like the prime line has not a blob again, which now it's again too much, so need to tune it down a bit. But yeah, let's see. So let's do a calibration first. Glue the wire into the hole on the side of the calibration pivot. Okay, so we glue this in here. Okay, so we glue this in here. Oh yeah, and there's a small opening in the center. There's really hard to see, like there's a little bit of a gap here. And I think they want glue in there. Okay, let's see what we can do. My most favorite super glue. So basically we are supposed to add glue there. Okay. Oh, I think it's already glued. Yeah, now there's a tiny bit of like overhang there. Okay, let's give it a second to dry, and then I will just use like a little bit of like, do I have a round file here? Okay, let me quickly grab a round file that we can like file out the glue here a bit that now goes like everywhere. 1 second, I'm right back. Okay, round file, and then I just get this out here. Okay. It should roll on the left pin. I'm not quite sure which one is the left pin, but I don't think it really matters. Yeah. No, it's actually quite good. So this should read, you can't really see it on camera, I guess it's 1.9 and it's reading 2.1. So we have it the wrong way. Okay. I don't think this really matters. Oh no. Okay. I glued it to the wrong side. They have it coming out the other side. But I think it shouldn't matter like if it's like the opposite side or not. The important part is the tension between the 2 points, which should be fine. Depress the plunger and place calibration wire into jaws. Yeah, we did that. Release the plunger and note the reading on the dial. Yeah, so we have a little bit over 2. Lightly tapping on the or bumping the plunger handle can help settle the needle and get a better reading. 2. Tighten the preload screw until the 1 turn, then depress and release the plunger again. Yeah, now it's 2. So we're moving in the right direction. So a bit much already. I feel like a little tiny bit more, and then we're already. Yeah, it's quite consistent. 1.9 now. Maybe tiny. Yeah, now it reads like consistently a little bit too high. Yeah, now it lands on 1.9. But the thing's like if you pull it, like it really changes a lot. Because if you pull it now, like it also never comes back to the full. Oh, I think this is what they mean with tapping. So. Because if you tap it, like it always goes a little bit lower. It was too much. Yep, I think now it's very good. Yeah, you really have to tap it like a couple of times and it settles. More done. I think this is calibrated. Perfect. Your meter is now calibrated and ready for use. Amazing. And I think, yeah, exactly. So you can put this. This should fit through here. Yeah, it does. But this should fit through here, and then you can just put it here. And now we can use this. Let's see what it reads. Oh, we have to do it this way. Let me quickly clean up here a bit. I don't like make a huge mess. Sweet. It reads, sorry, I can't move the camera very well, but it reads 2.8. There's a manual. And I think the manual also had here switch wire Z. Min and max. So I'm way over the max. Because like I'm reading like 2.8 now, and it should be between 1.8 and 2.2. So I'm way over. Wait, let's actually move this all the way up. Because then we only have one belt. Yeah, so this one is 1.8. Oh wait, no, we also don't have to do the awkward from the back reading. Basic problem solving skills unlocked. Yeah, so it's 2.9. We learned we have to tap this a bit. So 2.9. Okay, here we definitely have to do this from the front. But yeah, I can already tell you, just from looking at the needle like this, it's also like way over. Hey, okay, the filament doesn't really make things easier right now. Okay, good. I mean, the tension is equal. Not quite, 2.9 to 2.8. But I think this might be also partially the reason, maybe. I mean, technically we are too high of tension, so the input shaper tuning should be better, I guess. I don't know. But it's not good for the motors. So I need to reduce the tension here a bit. But I guess it's something like for later. Yeah, but I really wanted to build this because now like there's like some measurement of like the belt tension. I always struggle with like getting the belt tension right. So hopefully this helps. If this is good, I don't know yet. Technically for about the same price, you get the digital belt tension meter on AliExpress. So make with this information what you want. I like the analog printed one, which is quite fun, I think. That's quite neat. It's just like very like mechanical, very nice. That you can print this and it's like running smooth, and it's very nice. It's a very nice design. Cool. Yeah, I would say I wrap it up for today. I think we made a lot of progress. We have new hotend. We have not perfect, but usable Voron cube. Like we have print that's like okay for the first time, which is, hey, it's progress. And yeah, like I'll figure out what's wrong with the extrusion thingy. Yeah, as I mentioned, I have a couple of things I want to print with this machine. I have those boxes that I printed a while ago, and I need more. So basically, I'll print another 4 of those boxes with all the things inside. And yeah, that's why I need the machine, because the box just about fits on the print bed. It's like an extra 4 millimeters in width, and it wouldn't work, but it just works. Yeah, so 4 more of those boxes with all the insets, and the 0.6 millimeter nozzle will be perfect for that. So I'm really happy that we have that up and running. I will have to do some more tuning before I do that, because yeah, if I print the boxes, it should be like okay quality. Like, it doesn't need to be perfect, but should be nice. So that's on my list for, not sure if I have time on the weekend, but maybe next week, some evening. I also have all the parts ready for the next installment of our we design a printer series. I mentioned this last week already. Want to do it this week. Now we did the switch wire, but like we basically redo the XY gantry. We have to swap out a couple of parts, and I want to make it run nice. So basically we will use a main board we have spare to just drive the AB motors and make sure everything works properly, because now we have the motors available to drive that. And I have everything designed for the base of the printer, basically, so all the corners there. I know how that will work. I just didn't design the bed yet, but yeah, that's then for later. But like for now, we can basically continue building there. So yeah, that's it. What's the clear panel you use for those boxes? Just some random acrylic glass I have from the hardware store. It's super cheap. It's like 2 millimeter acrylic glass, comes in like 1 by 1 meter or something like that, for like 12 euros. Super cheap, very basic. And I just cut it out and then just glue it in with super glue. Very basic. You want some config files from me, Steve? I can zip you up my config if you want and just send it to you. Cool. Then, thanks everyone for tuning in. Sorry for all the technical issues as always. And see you next week, I guess. Have a nice evening. Bye.